So, hello, welcome to the stream today. So, multiple reports are showing that Resident Evil 9 is working on Mac via crossover. So, today we're going to be testing that out. I haven't actually launched it yet. I've just added the game to my library and downloaded it. We are going to be testing out using crossover 26. So, this is a standard version of crossover, but if this doesn't work that well, then we'll test out using crossover preview. So there's a crossover preview that came out just like a week after crossover 26 was released earlier this month. And yeah, we're going to test it out. Of course, controversially, many of the Resident Evil games have been ported to Mac, and I noticed to platforms like the Switch 2, etc. It's a real shame that Resident Evil Requiem doesn't have representation on Mac OS because we don't even have an announcement that it's coming to Mac at all. So that is a shame, which is why we're running the Windows version through crossover instead. Okay, so we're going to be testing this out on crossover previews. So sorry, on crossover 26, not preview. So I might test that preview later. Okay, so the Steam bottle, we've got G3D metal turned on, DLSS and MSync. And reportedly, we have good performance. What I'm going to do now is basically just launch the game for the first time. So I've installed it using the standard method. It's not a fresh Steam bottle. If necessary, I will reset the bottle. But yeah, let's give it a go. So let me know in the comments, like what you think. What you think about the the situation with macOS. And the Resident Evil games, because it's a real shame that this obviously Apple and Capcom must have some form of communication between them where they're talking about porting different games. We've had recent titles like Resident Evil 4. It came out about like 8 or 9 months after the main release on Windows and on consoles, but yeah. Here we are playing it now using Game Porting Toolkit 3.0, crossover 26. So, okay, so we can do the standard RE engine thing. Confirm. We're not going to use HDR today for streaming purposes, but it looks like we're booting up using crossover 26. First-person perspective when playing as Grace to enhance the horror elements, and to use third-person perspective when playing as Leon. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's do the let's do the developer recommendations. Okay. Oh god, this is so depressing. The age. Yes. Okay. Oh. Do I have to scroll those? Yeah, so like a lot of the like a lot of native ports on Mac, it actually works on crossover more than anything. Okay, let's see. Let's prioritize quality. Yes. Let's see how this runs first. So this is M3 Max. So let me know in the chat, is audio okay? I'm just gonna tweak this a bit. Audio is fine. Let's just read the chat comments. Okay, so yeah, we are using crossover today. Thanks for joining the stream, Dimriar Nav. Why am I playing on M3 Max? I test everything on M3 Max. I don't actually own an M5 machine at the moment. It'd be great if Apple sent me one. I look 30 at most. I have a 14-year-old son, okay, and he's like driving me nuts. So I feel like I'm aging like really quickly. I got a sleep score on my Apple Watch of like 72 last night, so I'm very bad sleep at the moment. I look 35 at best. Thank you very much for the kind comments. My regimen is bad, okay? I go to bed at like 1 a.m. and I wake up at 7. And I have frequently interrupted sleep, which is terrible. At least I'm not bald yet. Yeah, I do. I have friends who are losing their hair in their like late 20s, and I'm quite lucky that my full healthy head of hair is there. I haven't had a haircut for months. Okay, so let's see what we've got. I'm streaming into HDR is enabled. I want to turn off HDR, but I made it much less bright. Let's feel brightness. Okay, color space. This game we're making bold. Thanks, Mac Pro Tips. Thanks for coming to the stream. Thanks for all the tips in Discord about getting this to run. So, so your tips were. Oh, so there were some lighting issues, but someone said turn subsurface scattering off to fix the lighting issue. Okay, so let's see. How do we get to subsurface scattering? So we're going to go to image settings. Okay, so I'm running. Okay, I'll try this at 1080p at first anyway, to see what it's like. Well, I clicked on. So there's an option here. No, I'm not going to do that. To prioritize quality rather than performance. Here we have a few presets, which I don't know what these do exactly. Upscaling quality. So what does that mean? Okay, so this is not very useful because it's saying upscaling quality. Why don't we just use the normal words quality, balance, performance? People understand what that means. You can see if I tweak this, it defaults to what, 626? That's 540 is ultra performance. This is performance. This is quality, and max is just native. This doesn't really mean anything. I'll just go for native. This is 1080p. It's not. Shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be that that big a deal. Subsurface scattering. Perhaps this is causing lighting issues. Who knows? So crossover version is just normal crossover 26. It's the one that you can test via trial. If it doesn't work, I'll test using the latest crossover preview. Do I only stream on YouTube? Yes. We had chat issues last time. I confirmed it with on the YouTuber Discord that I'm on. That other people experienced chat issues, but thankfully today we're doing okay. We don't have any chat issues where people can only respond by emojis. Yeah. But yeah, I currently only stream on YouTube. I don't see a compelling reason for me to stream on Twitch. If anyone could like actually verify, maybe I should stream on Twitch. I'm not really sure. But my main platform is YouTube. I like the fact that the full VOD goes onto YouTube after we finished. It's not a big deal. Okay, so yeah, I wish someday they release the RE ports on Steam. Yeah, that would be really nice to have the RE ports on Steam. But I would have settled with the Mac App Store version. So according to Mac Pro Tips, we could tweak this subsurface scattering if we get lighting issues. So that's gonna go and I need to train my stuff to camera. I invert. I'm gonna inverty. So okay, inversion, camera, graphics. So graphics. It's 1080p. We're gonna, we're testing that it works first before we like do anything crazy. I can always tweak this later. Let's try. So I'm on normal mode. Let me see if I can go high. Let's just play normal. Default graphics settings, normal 1080p. No upscaling. I haven't changed subsurface scattering yet. Okay, modern. Let's go modern. Okay. Normal difficulty level. Oh, wait, I forgot to turn on the sound. Wait a sec. I'm just going to tweak my sound settings because I want to be able to, for you guys to hear this. What is that? Black hole speakers. That's what I normally use. Okay, let's launch this again. Okay, so let's get into it. So, yeah, you want to be testing out latest crossover. So I'm using crossover 26, the one that you can download a free trial from the main website. So good. Oh, Foxless, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. I hope we get. Miller Fog says, I hope we get ray tracing on the Mac ports someday. I don't think anyone plays with ray tracing unless you have a 5090 or something. It just eats up performance. Yeah, I agree. But increasingly, we're getting a lot of games which have what is called Nanite, Unreal Engine 5 Nanite support, right? Okay, let's go. So yeah, you can hear it. Let me know if the sound levels are okay. I'll just turn this up a bit at the intro. Let's see if we get any good. I hope there's no copyrighted music, but apart from that, should be fine. This feels very control-like, FBI. Okay, so that was a graphical artifact, definitely. Yeah. So this cutscene looks like it's it looks like this is all in-game engine. There's a bit of stuttering here. Can I change the? There's like this flashing, which is interesting. I wonder if this can be fixed. So macro tips mentions subsurface scattering. It might be like an unsupported or strange graphical issue. But it does prove that these are in-game cutscenes, right?
Grace.
Okay, wait, but let's instead of this boots up really fast, so we can just quit out and then come back in because I want to see that cutscene again. So let's try tweaking subsurface scattering because that light blooming is very distracting. There's multiple threads on the Mac Gaming subreddit about running Resident Evil 9. So some people saying they're having issues, but most people are just getting in straight away. Let's see. Yeah, this is struggling. This is, well, as far as I can tell, it works pretty well, but can't really tell until we actually get into a game. So let's test out that setting, graphics. So we're going to go to image, and then we can go to advanced settings, and then we'll try subsurface scattering. I'll just turn it off. Right. And then let's just try that again. New game. So it's a good sign when the menu gives you 100 plus FPS. And the cutscenes aren't too bad either. Okay. So we'll know what it would the cutscene. Yeah. So no crazy lights are going on here. Much better. Yeah, I agree. Much better. None of that crazy looming. So I'm not actually caught up with the lore of Resident Evil 9. So chat, what is this game about? Like, what is it? Is it a full continuation of Resident Evil Village? Am I playing the same character? So there's a character called Grace, and then who's the other guy?
Grace.
Ethan, right?
Grace. Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh, coming.
Okay. It's Leon, yeah. Leon, Resident Evil Village focusing on different protagonist. This one's different, which is Leon. Oh, yeah. So Leon's the guy from Resident Evil 4.
You asked for
right?
yesterday. It'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days tops.
Put a hold on that for now.
So is this connected to Resident Evil 8 at all?
One that
Resident Evil
exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now I need a good technical analyst on this.
You okay?
The games are connected, but they really aren't. You can play in any sequence, you'll be
on the
fine.
crime
But like, Resident Evil 8 is basically a sequel to Resident Evil 7. Those two are connected. And Leon is in Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 4, right?
I know that's where your mother was murdered.
So it'd be helpful to play Resident Evil
And I
2
know it would
first,
be
and then
upsetting
play
for you.
Resident Evil 4, and then this. Grace is all new character. Yes, the story was focused on Leon and team from Resident Evil 1 to 6, and 7 and 8 focused on Ethan
This
Winters,
is
and now we're
back
back to
8
Leon.
years ago.
Okay. So Grace is the new character, and we're playing...
Perhaps it's time for you to
Did I read it right? We're playing
Face the
third
past.
person or first person using Grace. That's the preferred way.
confront that
8 isn't
fear
connected to
head
9,
on.
but 7 is connected to 8. This one goes back to the original one from the late 90s.
Grace.
Okay. I do remember playing the original Resident
I
Evil
won't force you
1
to go,
um,
but do you think
on
you can give
PlayStation
this
1 at the time with the tank controls, and I found that very scary, mostly due to the loading screens really freaked me out.
Investigate that crime
Okay, so this
scene
one goes back to the original ones
and
from the
report
late
back to me with your
90s.
findings.
Confusing franchise, yeah. The graphics look really good, though. And
That's
the
all
fact
for
that
now.
this is able to run at 100-something FPS is pretty good. Not even sure most PCs will be able to run GTA 6. Well, some people are saying that they're having trouble running this game, Resident Evil 9, on like a 5090. I can't test that myself though, because I only have a 4080 Super in my main PC. Might have to upgrade at some point. Graphics look really good. So this is new. I haven't seen on the metal HUD, it says on the top right, like frame interpolator enabled. So that's frame gen, right?
Oh, sorry.
So the frame gen is on by default, which means maybe we're only getting 50 frames per second. Royce Renwood. Okay, we're in game. I'm just testing out my controller. So I've paired up my DualSense already. So we're able to get this. We're able to use the mouse. We're able to use this to tweak. I think DLSS 2 is on by default. Let's see. But of course, before we play, we must tweak. So we can't change much when we're in game. Where's the setting for? So DLSS 2 is on. That's frame gen. Oh, we've got FSR 3 frame gen. We've got this. Upscaling quality. Ooh. Okay, we can change it from here. So, but by default, there's like a quality setting, which is, let me see. Oh, so there's actual settings here for that. Because before, when we were looking at this, let's turn VSync off. No, that on, it's fine. We had upscaling quality. That's like a generic thing. But if we go to advanced, actually no, we don't have to go to advanced. We just go to down here to here. We can tweak DLSS quality mode. We'll just turn it off, right? We have ray tracing, but we can't turn this on for some reason. Yeah, doing my steps this morning. Otherwise, I will literally not leave the house today, most likely. So I need this to stay alive. If I do a stream for 2 or 3 hours, then I really need this to work. Yeah, I'm using a treadmill. I'm using a standing desk treadmill. Yeah, so let's give this a go. Upscaling quality. Now I want this off. What's DLAA? So it's off. 100% scaling. Let's just turn it off for now and see what the frame rate is like. So oh no, let me just turn. I want frame rate. I want the frame gen off. Okay, so you have to enable that to get advanced settings to get to here. Frame gen is off. Frame gen's off, and we are still getting good performance on the M3 Max. So 1080p, like default graphics, frame gen off, and we're getting like, this is pure performance, I guess. It looks really good. It looks really good. I'm impressed.
Give me a break.
So I'm using my DualSense at the moment.
No, that's fine.
It should be around here.
I'll turn down the volume a tiny bit. Smidge. Like, why couldn't they port this to Mac? I mean, maybe they used the game porting toolkit to test this out at first. I'll test this out at different resolutions.
That asshole? What the hell are the managers thinking?
I'll test that on the M4. I'll test that on my M4 MacBook Air maybe later.
She forgave me in the end.
You got off easy. Not gonna do anything stupid like that again, are you?
No way. No, I swear, I'll never do it again.
It's giving me the Xbox glyphs, controller glyphs. Can I change that? Can I change it to DualSense? Control options. Button icon type. I can do PlayStation. I can do PlayStation glyphs, which is cool. Feels very next gen, yeah. Or current gen, I should say. If it's working on M3 Max, it'll run on M4 Pro, yes. But the question is, will it run on 16 gigabytes of RAM? So you can see in the top right hand side, even on this quite modest graphics setting, it's 16 gigabytes of memory usage. So it won't work properly on an Air.
Hey, miss? Hey, that's a restricted area. You can't go in there.
Why?
It's an active crime scene.
Oh, right. Sorry. Just a sec.
Hey guys, are you walking at the same time? Yes, I am
You're
walking
FBI?
because
Yeah.
otherwise, if I stream for
Investigating
3
all
hours
the
plus,
strange deaths, It's the fifth one now, right?
my back will kill me later. I need to get the steps in
I heard they all have
because
the
it's
same weird
likely that
bruises, so you
due
think
to
it's
like
something
editing
infectious
videos
or
and stuff, I'm not going to get
terrorism or-
any work done, any
Why else
walking
would
done.
The FBI be investigating, right? Hey, are you with me?
Oh,
Unbinned M3 Max, yeah. This is M3 Max with 48 gigabytes of RAM and 40 GPU cores.
Yeah, sure, right.
Yeah, you're gonna need at least 24 gigabytes. I think if you have 24 gigabytes,
Careful in
pretty
there.
much any Mac
Whole
will run
building's
this.
condemned. Word is they're
Most
finally gonna burn
likely,
the whole
you
place
just need to
down.
turn up the
Yeah.
upscaling as much as possible. The hair on Grace, it looks amazing. Like, it looks really good. Like, both stylish and graphically impressive. I like this first-person mode. It's Can I run M4 Pro and 24 gigs of RAM? I'd say yes, yeah, because M3 Max, M4 Pro, they're not miles apart from each other in terms of performance. The limiting factor is going to be memory, so 24 gigs is like the bare minimum. Yeah, like the absolute bare minimum. Oh, I saw something like a flicker there. What was that? Like a graphical flicker. I'll review that in footage. It looked like maybe rain or something went wrong there. But the subsurface scattering is probably the main fix I can think of. If I can play this for like a couple of hours, then we'll see. Alright, can I run it on the M1 Max? You know what? I might test it on my M1 Max machine, okay? So that might confirm whether this idea that maybe the best way to play this game would be to have 24 gigabytes minimum, and that even M1 generation could run this. So we're not... That was a really impressive street scene, because I imagine that most of the game is going to be in areas like this, with not large numbers of NPCs, but they're fighting zombies instead. Can't unholster my gun yet. I don't think you're going to be able to play this game, to be honest, on any Mac with 16 gigabytes of RAM without seriously going into swap memory. So that's when your Mac runs out of system RAM, it goes into swap, and then it starts using your internal solid state drive as like a temporary memory storage, and that's way slower than the RAM itself. Which is why it might be better to have a Mac with at least 24. So right now, you can see on the top right, we're climbing up to 17 gigabytes. If you have a base M5, I think if you've got a base M5 chip with 24 gigabytes of memory, then this might be playable. I might pull this up on my M4 MacBook Air with an 16, and then we'll see how that goes, because I'm not particularly optimistic about this. Okay, so there's an FBI case, cause of death unknown, lacerations. Obviously, it's a zombie. Some really freaky photos about this hotel. Okay, good. Got it. Am I using crossover? Yeah, crossover 26. Go to fix the, thanks to Mac Pro Tips for the tip about turning off subsurface scattering. Are these footprints? Yeah, zombie footprints. Alan, do you think this can work on my MacBook Air M2 16 gigabytes? Unlikely, to be honest. Was that supposed to be a jump scare? I'm in the toilet. Will my gamers play with the lights out? I'm not turning my lights off, sorry. It's actually like morning. I just woke up. It's 8 AM now in the UK, so I'm not in the mood for atmospheric horror. Why am I looking in the toilet? What's the... Okay. Why? Okay. What's the... Why am I here? Okay, that was scary. Try third person. How do you go into third person mode? Isn't that a photo of me? Of my character, right? It wants me to rotate it. No. It wants me to... Can I look at the back? Yeah, 2 or 4.
Who's there?
Was any like fixed for this or just working down in crossover? Yeah. So the basic steps are there. So download and install crossover 26, install Steam, enable DLSS, enable D2D Metal, enable MSync. Go into the game, go to advanced graphics settings, and turn off subsurface scattering. And then this looks like this. Like pretty good. Let's see. So how do you get into third person mode? Let me see. Is there an option? What is the control? Upscaling is turned off at the moment, but by default the game will run with if you have DLSS turned on, it'll run with frame gen on by default, which you may or may not want. What's the... I need to turn on third person. Okay, I'm just looking this up on my other PC. Requiem, how to turn on third person. What's the key to do? What's the key? can change it from the options menu. Is that under accessibility? Because I remember it saying something about camera. Okay, Grace's camera, I can change it here. Third person. So this does work via third person. Do you have any idea when this is going to come out on Mac natively? As far as I know, there's no... Thank you, Technique Official YT. Yeah, I figured it out. So, not a good idea to watch the RE while eating. Okay, don't eat this with breakfast, right? Don't watch this with breakfast. Okay, so third person. So this game, it said at the beginning, the Grace is meant to be played first person, but we'll do this just for fun. Yeah, so there's like literally no announcement that this is going to come out on Mac, like at all. So, in a way, it might be better for you to just buy the Windows game, buy Crossover, and then play it like this. This is, this is all down to the excellent work from the Game Porting Toolkit team, from Apple. Codeweaver's getting this to work. Pretty good. Yeah, so Harit Utakar, yeah, don't play this while you're having breakfast. But yeah, it's probably going to work on your M4 Pro with 24 gigs. The Rainbow Telltales have been welcoming guests. So this hotel, you don't normally associate like a hotel right in the middle of the city as being haunted. Normally it's in the countryside somewhere, but this is, this is a very densely populated city area. So it's an old hotel. Okay, I think I prefer playing this in first person. It feels a bit too kind of claustrophobic. When they're going in a third person, ironically. Cafe the Crimson Desert will be one of the best games of the year. I mean, it looks incredible. Where it's coming out on Mac within the month, right? So I'm looking forward to testing that, especially if the new Macs come out next week. It'll be very exciting. Okay, use gun on keyhole. Use crowbar on keyhole. That's what we should have. Will you be considering buying the M6 Pro touchscreen dynamic island punch hole and OLED screen MacBook if the rumors are true? I mean, I'm going to try out all of them. I mean, whether I'm actually going to upgrade my main machine remains to be seen. Oh, that's a scary photo. Yeah, so Crimson Desert, pretty much from the get-go, has always said that they're going to have a Mac port of the simultaneous release. So, and that, what I'm really surprised about is the fact that that messaging hasn't changed at all. All of the messaging seems to.
Oh, shit.
All of the messaging is consistent. So normally the first, like, in a game of that kind of scope, that third person action open world with huge amounts of content, normally the first casualty is the Mac port. They say, oh well, we'll just release the Mac port whenever. Something like Bloober and Kronos or something. Like Kronos, they just like forgot to mention that the Mac port is on Steam. They just haven't even launched it properly yet. But yeah, normally that's the first casualty of Mac gaming is the Mac port. So it's very. Oh, I didn't turn it off. I wanted to listen to that. Okay. Game has insane scaling. Even Switch 2 pulls it off. I think it's very likely it will come to Macs. It's very likely, yes, but. Like with a game like this, where there's a lot of hype built up, and you don't want to get spoiled.
What? Who?
Oh god, someone's taking a lot of photographs of this character. Quite freaky. This is a creepy room to have to see your photographs in. But yeah, if you want to play Resident Evil 9, then buying the Windows version on Steam is like one of the best ways to play the game, because if you ever have a gaming PC in the future, you could always replay it or play the DLC on a high spec Windows PC, and you can play it portably on a MacBook, or if you have a Mac desktop, then it'll run through Crossover. Just gotta buy Crossover 26. What I dislike about some of these games is the way that it makes you backtrack. Like, I've done this, right, and then what's going to make me do is go backwards to an area I've already been to, and then it will like reveal something for me to do in the same area that I couldn't do before for some reason, unless I'm lost. So I've gone into that room, and then now I'm going back. It is genuinely freaky though. I'll slow down a bit on my walking. You're 3 hours in. Okay, that's freaky. So I'm back here. So I opened up. Okay, I'm a bit disorientated. So I came here earlier. I used the key to get the wire cutters to get in. Can I get through here? Walk through this corridor area. It's dripping wet for some reason. And I go to here, and I'm in, then I see the bed of photographs. Right, so I can see my photographs, and then what? Then I just go back. But I haven't done anything here yet. Oh yeah, I went into the bathroom. I missed something. And look at the tub. There's nothing in the tub area. Okay, then I'll go back. Okay. I think you are really the first playing on this on a Mac, but I really want to know, can my M2 16 gigs... It's just very unlikely that it will work, because right now I'm running at a basic resolution of 1080p, no upscaling, and it's using 17 gigabytes of memory. So that's more physical memory than a Mac M2 has, right? So you're going to go into swap. Now, how much that will affect the performance of the game, I'll have to test. So what I'm going to do later in the stream is I'm going to pull out my MacBook Air and for the M4 chip with 16 gigs, and then we'll see if that will work. Okay. Sometimes I prefer a game to give a little bit more hand-holding, like where I'm supposed to go. So, guy who played 3 hours in, Ballas Som 48. What am I supposed to do next? Like, it's not like obvious. Okay, so this is another area. Did I come here earlier? I think I did come here earlier, right? Yeah, memory usage is increasing. So I was here earlier. This is the room that I opened up with the key. So I have to go to room 204, don't I? Memory usage is increasing. Might be a memory leak. I don't think it looks like a memory leak. Okay, so I've got to go to room 204, but I already did that. Okay, let's go behind the bar. Yeah, so I was here earlier. The safe? Mm-hmm. Normally in Resident Evil games, the safe is important for some reason. Okay. Back. To all employees, following the recent incident, management has been working hard to restore public trust. Unfortunately, due to the extent of the damage, it is unclear if it possible reopen. Consequently, it is with great regret that we must announce the official closure of the Renwood Hotel. Swagtown8, thank you for the shout out. Okay, if anyone knows what I'm supposed to do next in this game, let me know, because I'd like to make a bit more progress before I start testing different machines. Try interacting with the photos on the bed. Okay, oh, that's a good tip. Thank you. Infinite source of tips from Mac Pro Tips. We need to... I did discover this room though, so... Ooh, what's this? Floor plan. So, I was in room 204. There's a large room, and there's 4 smaller rooms. Okay, so there's a 3rd floor as well. Map. Okay, let's go back upstairs to the room and look at the creepy photographs again. So, in terms of playing games through crossover, through translation layers, I think this game has achieved, you know, the ability to play this game through crossover, but preserving the atmosphere of the game, at the very least, right now. No major graphical issues. There's a bunch of rooms behind there, which we haven't seen yet, so we're going to have a look at that soon. Is there like a manual save I can do? How do I interact with these photographs? No. Ah, I see. Okay, we've got such an easy thing to miss. It doesn't tell you what to do next. Okay, that's very creepy. It's weird that they added this like really dense city walking scene at the beginning, and then that's it, right? There's no more. That doesn't come later. Eight years ago, so someone's been stalking him for 8 years. Those hands don't look right without the subsurface scattering. The hand, the way the hand looks doesn't look
Well,
right.
if you're gonna work so late.
Get some sleep, eh?
I'm almost done, just a sec.
What am I gonna do with you?
Okay, while this
Will
cutscene's
you
running, I'm
understand?
going to try
Nag at
prepping
me until I go to bed.
the next laptop to run this on.
Oh, it's really coming down hard.
It's got my M4 MacBook
Yeah,
Air,
phone.
so let's see if I can get this running first.
Mom,
It's right beside you.
Need to delete some games off this paltry 256 gigabyte
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
yes.
solid-state drive.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
What? So is this the,
Who's coming?
is this
What's
character,
wrong?
the mother character,
We need to keep
relevant
this down.
This is
to
ridiculous.
Come on.
to the greater Resident Evil series?
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time. Stay close.
Okay, let me just pause this a second. I'm just gonna get my other laptop up and running. So I've got my 16 gigabyte M4 MacBook Air. So we're gonna test this one like next. Once I get crossover up and running. Let me just
Mom, wait.
Grace, come on, keep moving.
what happens if I just let my character cook there for a bit? Okay, so
Grace, please focus.
please focus, please do something, Grace. Okay, just getting my Steam install going. Once I start the data transfer for for this, then I'll get working on the M4. So yeah, the M4 obviously highly requested. Platform. It's going to run the same as the M4 Air 16 gig, probably, yeah. So the M4 Air, right, is going to have 2 fewer GPU cores, so like about 25% less performance. But generally the principles are there. I mean, if it runs on the M4 Air, then it's going to run on the M4 Mac Mini as well with active cooling. It'll run not much better, like maybe 30% better than my Air will run it. But it won't change the fact of whether it'll run at all. So I'm just gonna set up my Steam library here, and we're gonna go. Graphics look really good. I mean, I haven't turned on HDR for purposes of the stream, but even in SDR, black levels look really good. That I always find Resident Evil games like interior, like the stuff that was in Resident Evil 7 is pretty incredible.
I'm coming.
Grace, hurry. Keep moving.
Are we in the hotel now?
Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
Oh, it's probably the electrical panel. It's 40 years old.
It's always
so
the
it doesn't
electrical
take
panel.
much to trip it. It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
Ouch.
What the hell,
No, Grace. No.
Well, that was brutal. Who's that dude?
Stay close to me.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on? Mom, what are you doing?
Something important.
An M4 Pro, not worried about thermal throttle, still get 60. Yeah. With the right level of scaling, I don't see why you
Why
wouldn't
did
get.
you hide behind that painting?
I'll explain later. We need to find another way out.
Okay, so I'm downloading this on my M4 machine, so we'll be able to test this a little bit later. What are the settings? Okay, let's just review the settings because I need to know myself. Okay, so graphics settings are... I didn't actually change much with the graphics settings. So get an image by going here. It was on like normal, prioritize graphics normal, and then I turned off in advanced settings at the bottom. I turned off frame generation. So DLSS X2 was on by default. I mean, let's just see it on for a second because it seems to work. Like if you're running the game at 60 frames per second, it's a very good candidate for frame gen. So my M3 Max can handle it, of course. But if you're getting like sub 30, sub 40 even, then you shouldn't be turning on frame gen. Okay, so there is the option. So you got to. It's a bit convoluted. We've got to go to graphics, then we go to image, and then we go to advanced settings. And it's really trying to hold your hand and make sure you don't do anything wrong here. But at the bottom, this DLSS X2 was on by default. And right now I'm not running any kind of upscaling, so it's just native 1080p. I go 1080p and probably medium or high, care about storing more than extra pixels detailing on the edge of the wall. Yeah, no, I agree.
Come on, Grace. Come on, hurry. Come on in, Grace.
Graphics look really good though. Right first.
Calling the police.
No, don't call the police.
Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder. No murders.
Grace.
Yes. The Redwood Hotel. Yes. Hurry, please. The police are on their way.
I mean, you say you don't care about the graphics. These graphics are really good. Like, this is
Oh, I
truly
can't.
next
I'm
gen.
gonna throw up.
Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In.
I think subsurface scattering would make the skin look better, but
Breathe in.
basically that's quite. Oh, she looks a bit shiny, to be honest.
Grace.
This is a crossover
I will
26.
explain this all to you one of these days.
I'm a boomer, so 1080, low 1080p still looks decent. Yeah, my eyesight is still
Grace,
decent enough to see the pixels.
please know that you are my hope. Never forget.
On like a 16-inch MacBook screen, I think 1080p is fine, to be honest. Is this a higher setting? This is like normal prioritized graphics settings with the DLSS turned off and subsurface sampling turned
We
off.
need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff.
We can come back for it later, Grace.
I don't.
I don't know why you'd be coming back to the hotel after your mother died there. $2,500 plus computer should be able to run any game at least 1080p high. Well, with the Mac with an ARM chip, it's not a given that these games will just work. Emotions. In some countries, you have to work at least 67 months. Yeah, that's a lot of. It's a lot of money. And the M3 Max, this one is more than $2,500. Okay, so, and the fact is that most games just don't work at release anyway, unless you buy crossover or you are very lucky with the game that you want to run. Why is this girl back in the hotel where a bunch of murders happened, where her mother died, and no backup or anything? Has she worked for the FBI? She's back for work, but God, isn't somebody supposed to back her up? Especially what the scene where her mother died. This doesn't make much sense. And also, where are the zombies? Oh, it's like a fully charged dumb phone.
Hello. Who is this?
Is that the same phone as a memory? Maybe.
I need to get out of here.
This is an M3. It's an M3 Max, to be fair. This is like high spec about 2 years ago.
Something important.
By the way, when are you going to try it on the M4 Air? I'm just downloading it on my M4 Air now, so very soon. Maybe in the next half an hour. Find what Alyssa hid. Is Alyssa the mother? So what was the significance of the bathtub? Nothing really, but this is the room where we were earlier. So the photograph was where Grace was sitting, and then someone photographed her from outside when it was raining. So let's see what's going on. They really picked the creepiest. You tried it on the M4A, it was alright performance, but were you what RAM were you running on? Oh my god, it's giving me chills. M chips very efficient that come from Windows. Yeah, M chips are incredibly efficient. We don't have the key for this yet. So what do I do next? Where do I find what Alyssa hid? So there's a locked room here. Find what Alyssa hid, but where? Do I have to go back in the room? Maybe we should look for that painting. What painting? Just gonna make sure I don't miss anything in that room. She hits some case behind it. So we don't have a real reflection in the mirror. 16 gigabytes RAM, M4 with 10 GPU cores. So my 8 GPU core M4 should work okay, right? Okay, let's look for this painting. This is what happens when you don't pay attention in a game like this. It's like downstairs is where the painting is, by the bathrobes and the trolley. Okay, thank you very much, Daniel and Yuka. Wow, people have already figured this out. I guess I'm only like 40 minutes in the game. Frame gen is a Metal 1. How is it? It seemed to work really well. I started to play on GeForce Now later, and there's a huge difference now. I'm like halfway. Okay. So it's not a super long game then. Okay, so there's a painting here. So I'm going to move this. Let me just get a drink. Need to drink something. Just got some of my Pepsi out. Okay, so I'm going to get too scared playing this. If you cap it at 60 FPS, can you go up in resolution? I can definitely go up in resolution, but like I've always said, I don't really mind. How does the saving work in this game? Like if I load, how do you manually save? So I saved like 4 minutes ago. So what I could do is I could quit out and reload at higher resolution. I don't think memory is leaking, it's just higher usage. Where are the typewriters? I'll find a typewriter and do manual save. Clues. Work has settled down and we're heading to a new town the day after tomorrow. I'm thankful my freelance work allows me to work anywhere, but I'm worried about Grace. It's difficult if I to make friends when we're constantly on the move. Maybe we'll spend a little bit of time in town. Finish some research at Stopped in Cafe where I noticed a hooded man. Who writes in a journal like this? I saw that hooded man again who was definitely following me. We only got Scott here, but I think... Is this a mini disc? The game is absolutely amazing so far. It's very atmospheric. Typewriter.
Sorry, officer. What's wrong?
Something stung me.
Are you
Got 16 gigabyte M3 MacBook Pro. They've been trying to play new AAA games due to the performance. Not worth it having to deal with crossover and other problems. Crossover is great when it works. Doesn't always work. Ouch. Oof. glad to see it playable. You just finished it. How did you finish it? Give me my gun back.
Get away! Get away from me!
Resist. Did you, Dusty Fly Guy, did you have like early access to this game? Someone should have gotten me early access to this game. Ouch. If you play third person mode, what does the cutscene still happen like this? Let me just see. Let me just see if this cutscene still plays out in if we go third person, what happens? So I've got the key, but the door is downstairs. Oh, and then the door's here. Come on, get up, get up. Okay, that shouldn't have happened, right? Okay, now we've got to the zombie bit. I played it on Switch 2 and it's mostly great. Time zones in New Zealand, so it's been out for like 20 hours. I'll play this in first person, as it was meant to be played. I think it's slightly easier because these walls are too cramped. I couldn't see where I was going. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, that's a handy window there. That's good. You could use the window to just escape from this hotel. Or just leave the way you came in, right? Okay, we've got bit. So the game's been out for 20 hours in New Zealand, so that's nice. So did you play Switch 2 physical or did you get an eShop? I also have a Switch 2, but I also have a gaming PC attached to my living room TV, so I'm not too bothered about I don't need to play this game portably. I'd rather play it on my. I'm about to buy a new TV. I'm about to get a 75-inch Samsung QLED, like a Q90F. That's what I'm planning to buy.
Is anyone there?
I like to play it. I like to play these kind of bright atmospheric horror games on the big TV. I'll try watching for settings. Is this still native 1080p? It can't be if it's still better performance than the base PS5, which uses FSR 1 for 1200p. Yeah. I'm going to try running this at 4K in a minute before I switch to my M4 Air, because I want to see what is possible. Because we'll start at 4K base and we'll use the upscaling settings to just turn it up. But yeah, this RE engine is like incredible in terms of performance, like efficiency. We'll see how this runs on the M4 Air with limited memory. Dusty Fly Guy, what lets you play an entire game from morning till night on a weekday? Are you a YouTuber too? I think you are, aren't you? Yeah. Or something like that.
It hasn't been easy.
Is that the mother?
But after much effort,
No.
here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here.
Okay, creepy dude.
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Is this someone that we're supposed to know who it is? I'm just charging up my M1 Max. So I'll test out M4 and M1 Max. Maybe M1 Air. Probably not worth it for M1 Air because Resident Evil 4 native like barely works that well on M1 Air. Graphics card missing. It might be trying to do something with ray tracing goals. So I've just picked up my M1 Max. I'm just charging it now, so I'll test that out slightly later. Is this Leon now?
Talk to me. Is this one like the others?
Well, same black watches.
Back to
It's not
Leon, yeah.
postmortem lividity.
No. No, this is different. That's 6 now.
I find it refreshing that there's a Japanese game which just kind of gets straight into it.
Yeah.
A lot of games have a lot of nonsense with like overly long tutorials.
No, it's not.
But this game, simultaneous console PC
But
release,
I
good
have
console
something
port.
for you.
There's a lot of things going for it.
Settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon,
Who is he?
a former T-virus researcher. Hey, I just got a report of a
That
missing
Brawl
police
has only got
officer.
5 bullets in it.
It might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found. You there, Leon?
Yeah. I'm here.
You okay?
I hope you enjoy the game. It's definitely my new favorite Resident Evil. Yeah.
Some of the address. Check it out.
You almost there?
Just about. Stuck in traffic.
RT doesn't work at all.
Got to be sure.
Couldn't see any ray tracing options, even though M3 Max should support ray tracing. Okay, what I'm going to do now, right, is let's skip this bit. What I'm going to do is we're going to just change the resolution of here because I'm running this at like I call it standard 1080p, and what I'm going to do now is just tweak it back to a proper 4K res, and then we'll upscale up. Okay, so normally what I use is this thing called Switch Res X. And then I'll change my display from 1080p to 1080p high DPI, 120 hertz. Let me just find it. 1080p, what the highest frequency? So 120 hertz. We want 1080p DPI. Where are we? So that's default res, 1080p. Oh, maybe I have to run at 4K. That's nearly 4K. That's not that nice. Oh, that's better. Because we're doing mirroring. Oh. No, we want 120. No, because I don't think we can run 120 hertz at 4K. Can we? Right. Let me just do. Actually, you know what? Let's not use this. We'll just use the standard settings. Yeah, 120 hertz, and then we want this scaled. Let me think. And we want a mirror for. Want to optimize for this. And then we want. Okay, we don't have an option for 4K. 4K it is. Tiny graphics. That's what we're going for. Okay. And then let's try running this at 4K. And then we'll use upscaling to go from like 1080p back up, or no, we'll test out some resolutions. So, and I have a question in general, how well is crossover? Generally speaking, when it works, it's wonderful. Like this is working. I only had to change one setting really to get this to work properly. That's subsurface scattering. So 4K is obviously 4 times the resolution. As you can see, I'm running this locally on the Mac. So yes, answer is yes, it does work. Let's try pumping up the graphics a bit. Why is it only giving me up to this? I mean, that's better. It's just a quirk of the way that I'm set up my displays. Default, yeah, this is it. This is the 4K version of 1080p scaled. So let's just try this. Some RE engine names such as Dead Rising series had issues running on older M series hardware, hoping this isn't the case. Well, I just played through that entire Grace chapter with no issues once I turned off subsurface scattering. Okay, turn the graphics up. I'm not get this to load up. Product resolution. I think it doesn't like the scaled resolution of this, and I don't think it. I'll reload Steam as well. I think what I'll do is I'll get this to run at. Let's just get it to run at 4K and then see what happens. That's the 4K resolution, so everything's going to look teeny tiny. We'll load it. Might have to toggle high resolution mode. So nobody realistically runs desktop operating system at actual real 4K. It's always been scaled. And one of the big weaknesses of the Mac operating system is like the inability to scale the interface separately from your resolution. It only supports like doubling basically. So from 4K up to 1080p. Okay, let's go. On the M1 series chips, been watching for a few minutes. Honestly, shocked to see getting nearly 3060 performance. I think I can get better performance because well, what is it trying to run? 6912 by 4320. That doesn't sound right. Is this because I checked the high resolution mode? Still going. Doesn't sound right. Why is it not doing? Why can't I do 4K? Okay, let's just try. To be honest, right, I'm not actually sure what high resolution mode does on crossover. I haven't played it on the air yet, so I'm gonna do that. I just want to test out higher resolution on here. If I can't get this to work, then I'll just run this at 1440p. Because at least that's higher than 1080. Yeah. So I am right. Unfortunately, this game is only available on Windows Steam at the moment. So I'm running. That's why I'm running this game through Crossover. Hello, Chico Burrito. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we don't have a native Mac port, and there's no announcement for it. This is going to give us a 4K option. Still giving me a max res of 1440p. So if that's what it wants, I'll give it what it wants. Let's run this at 1440p, because realistically, you'd never really go up to 4K. You'd really want to go to 1440p for this. Okay, so 2560 by 1440p. To be fair, the M3 Max came out a long time ago now. So when was the M3 Max release date? Was October 2023. So it's like a year and a half old now. DLSS is the Metal FX hook. So if you wanted to play a game using upscaling using Metal FX, it basically supports most games which have native DLSS, which is NVIDIA's upscaling tech. So if the game supports that, then the crossover can see that and then hook in Metal FX in order to do the upscaling, which can perform quite well. It's on because so DLSS is turned on because there were some upscaling features which are quite handy to have. So let's just put this back to normal. So this so DLSS allows us to do this Metal FX upscaling. But let's try normal graphics preset with no scaling. Max is the same as off. And then by default, it's turning DLSS frame gen on. So I'll just turn it off for now. Let's run this at 1440p. So I've got still money you could have bought. Yeah, there's a lot of good reasons. I'm doing a Windows versus Mac laptop comparison, and you know the amount of stuff you could buy with yeah, of course. So subsurface scattering, which is causing this issue. So This light blooming issue is just a graphical error. If you turn... Oh, she's looking at us weird. Like, what the hell are you looking at? Yes, I'm glowing. So to fix that, we go to graphics, image, advanced, and then subsurface scattering. If I turn this low, it makes it less, but really we want it off. Okay, off. It will affect image quality, like slightly, on skin textures and things. Shiny. Aura's so tough the GPU thinks he's glowing. Yeah, okay, so this is 1440p in the street scene. So most of the game does not take place on the street with all this like stuff happening.
Can't let him get away.
So this is like 40 FPS. Okay, so let's now make use of some upscaling. So we can go into here. We can turn on a little bit of upscaling. So we use DLSS. We'll go to quality mode, which puts us to lower than what we were before. So this is slightly lower than 1080p. Are we capped at 60? No, we're not. I haven't encountered any game-breaking bugs yet, so it is extremely smooth.
Help me!
You okay? What are you doing?
It's about like in Pluribus when ouch, turn on for me. Got your nose, I got your nose. You think that the guy who's like encountering zombies all the time in every game would carry more than 25 bullets? I mean, bullets are like this big, right?
Get Brentwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
That woman looks like she's not.
Excuse me!
Excuse me, mate.
Out of the way! Get away!
Lens flare. I haven't turned any of the default settings off apart from subsurface scattering. Okay, this is an exercise in who is the zombie. I'm supposed to go through this. It's out. Yep, this is the game. Atilia, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so upscaling with quality mode 1440p, so 960p up to 1440p. Okay, we've got a guy with a pipe. Got another gun. I got a revolver. Oh, what the hell is that? It's like a shotgun. Why is that guy handgun ammo? All zombies, yeah. This lady's gonna be finished yet. She finished her lunch yet. Based on the difference from the M4 to 5, do you think the upgrade M5 Pro could come even close to the M4 Max? Well, yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I'm really hoping we're getting new mechs this week. This is just normal graphics preset, running at nearly 60 FPS. I think if I upscaled it even more, we could get full 60. So we're... So we've got this. If I went to balanced, right? Doesn't change the
Oh fuck. Let's make this quick.
Resident Evil 5, like the craft. Yeah. The Rockham is a gun. It's like a basically one-hit kill for all zombies. Oh, there's an R2. There's an X. Oh, I've got a signature. The signature move. The melee attack. The kick. Doesn't do much, does it? AMD FSR might be better. I really doubt it. So this balance mode. Let's try. Yeah. Normally the DLSS will perform substantially better. Let's see here. FSR 3 quality. I think the frame rate's slightly worse. No, it's very similar. This throw a weapon dropped by an enemy. Okay. So I think the hair looks better now. So this, let me get in some light. So this is, so let's put on DLSS, just try that. I can't see much difference. DLSS is fine. What happens if I put it in ultra performance mode? Can I get like a smooth 60? Obviously I can do it with frame gen. It's a good candidate for frame gen. For performance. So 720p upscale to 1440p, so it's like a 2x integer, so it doesn't make much difference to the frame rate. Barely anything. Yeah, so upscaling, probably just to play it at quality, because we go at quality, at DLSS quality, we're going from 40 to like 55, and then anything else going lower than that doesn't really help. Because if we go native at about 38 FPS. So if I go quality upscaling, then that makes a difference, I think. But anything lower than that, is not much. So 960p, and we're getting 53 FPS. Can you play with a wired PS2 controller? I haven't. No one's asked me that for a long time.
Can't let him get away. Can't let him get away.
Can't let who get away? There's just invisible walls that can't go down. Was I supposed to be following somebody? Okay, so this is our quality mode, DLSS quality. Let's just turn on frame gen just to see what it looks like. Because that's the real. It starts with frame gen on default. FSR3 frame gen, DLSS. Let's do DLSS frame gen. I'm not sure on stream if my because my OBS preview window is definitely suffering a bit in terms of performance. Ouch. That's gonna hurt. Okay, good. So what I'm going to do is test this on a low-end computer. So let's switch entirely. I'm just going to put my M4. So we're going to test on something a little bit more realistic in terms of what people actually own. And people have said this is working with 16 gigs. So let's just try this out, okay? So M3 Max go away, M4 Air into play. So this is my M4 Air machine. Just get this guy up and running. People change games, yeah, but okay, well. Doesn't like my Taiwanese Apple keyboard, Magic Keyboard. Oh, see if I can download my save because I really want my save to work. Okay, good. So we are okay. Let's give the dealio. Okay. My opinion on cellular is that it doesn't matter. Your iPhone is a cellular device. Just use your iPhone to connect to the internet. If you want to tether better, then you can just use a USB-C cable, and then you can tether without using up the wireless radio. I think that's probably fine. Okay, so M4 Air, 8 GPU cores, 16 gigabytes of memory. Running D3D metal. Let's just set this up. Okay, nice and bright on my screen. Okay, so let's play. So testing out low-end Mac. On my M3 Max, this was not going to run very well. It's not, was not happy bunny. Because it was going to go over. So just power up my DualSense again. So, in my party mode, holding Option, and then this. So flashing light on my DualSense. Then we're going to Bluetooth mode. Find the DualSense controller and connect. Okay, and then we'll open up Resident Evil. Okay, so game porting toolkit. We're launching, of course. Let's go into graphics settings. Okay, let's try and turn this a little bit of a more realistic image. So advanced settings. So it's defaulted to AMD FSR. Why don't we have the DLSS option here? Let's just quit out and try this again. Let's quit. What's your favorite RE game? I mean, I'm going to be honest, right? I don't really like RE games that much. Although this one has hooked me more than any of the others so far. So we'll just check our crossover version. 26.0, Steam. Okay. Lucky you spending a full price on a AAA game for RE for work. Yeah. This is my job. So yeah, this is a valid business expense. Because is it wholly for business purposes? Then yes. Would I have bought this if I wasn't streaming? Then I wouldn't have bought this unless I was making a video on it. Have I tried the M5 chip? I have not tried the M5 chip because I don't own an M5 Mac. Every M5 that you've seen me test on has been a return. So I've bought it and returned it. So no, I don't have it. M4 is there. So yes, Crossover is a paid product, but if you buy Crossover now, you get Crossover 26 for life. So you'll have that forever. You'll always be able to play, well, probably always be able to play most of these games because the support will be there. Okay, so let's see why is DLSS an option here? Should be. Yeah, see we have DLSS here. Let's put this onto. Let's try getting some decent performance out of this. So this is like default settings, but all I've changed is all I've done is put the graphic settings to lowest, and then I've customized the upscaling to performance mode, and then the key thing is that we need to turn off subsurface scattering. Where is that? Yeah, that needs to be off. Okay, but that's off by default on the lowest setting. The lifetime option seems tempting. Just be aware that, you know, I think you also have to think about. Let's start at the beginning of this mission because that would be quite cool. Because it's the big scene with all the craziness happening. Are you realistically gonna be gaming on a Mac for the next 10 years plus, 15 years plus? Because that's the only time really when buying a lifetime license makes sense. Because who knows, you might buy a Windows gaming laptop, or you might buy a Switch 2 to play games like this in the future, or something else, you know. I wouldn't necessarily want to commit myself. For me, crossover is a convenience. It's like you have a Mac, and then you can continue playing games on the Mac. That's the whole point, right? I wouldn't necessarily spend $400, $500 on a crossover a lifetime license. But if you do buy a crossover lifetime license, there, please click my affiliate link because that really helps me out. But speaking honestly, there's kind of no point in overcommitting yourself to make it financially worthwhile. It's like 15 years plus of crossover. Because remember, when you have a crossover plus license, you can also renew your license for 50% off every year. So it kind of doesn't always make sense. Has this crashed? Oh no, it hasn't. Good. Okay, so we're running the game on the M4 chip with 8 GPU cores. It's running at 540p at 1080p resolution. So let's try putting this into ultra performance, because we want to squeeze as much frame rate out of this as possible. So let's go 360p up to 1080p. This is rough. Now, what we're really interested in seeing if the memory usage creeps up above 16 gigs. It's the hair strands. It's blurry. Oof, this is rough out. So 32 frames per second. So is this native? This is not native. There's no native Mac port of this game. Not playable in the M4 Air then. Well, do you think this is not playable? Is this not comparable to like a Switch 2? Oof, Leon looks unhappy with these graphical settings. On Switch 2, it runs at 360p in portable mode, according to Digital Foundry. If you go into the settings, you can turn off hair strands. It should give you 15% performance boost. Okay, that's a good idea. Thanks, Nutmeg 8 of 9. Turn off hair strands. Does not do that by default. Why is there no option to turn this off right now? Only from the main menu. Okay, let's go to the main menu. I'll try running some games on Sikaruga. Some games run better than crossover. Some of them won't because it doesn't. I don't think it supports the main. Let's turn motion blur off. I think it supports M-Sync correctly. Let's go. We're turning hair off, and this is all. Let's just turn it to the lowest. Lens dirt, lens flare. Let's just turn everything to low. Just like the game was meant to be played, right? This is exactly how it was meant to be played. Pretty sure it won't be playable on M1. It probably would be playable on M1 when native is out. It definitely won't be playable on M1. I could test it, I guess. Let's try it on my M1. Yeah, let's try it. Many just think below 60 FPS gaming is crap. I mean, yeah, how many frames do you really need? You need like 25, I think. I used to play a lot. I played a lot. I played Oblivion back in the day on like 15 frames per second on a really bad laptop. So I don't think it's like the worst. It was playable, but do I have a shelf for MacBooks? Yes, in fact, I do have a shelf for MacBooks. So yes, yeah. And I use a MacBook holder, so I hold them more vertically. Okay, so okay. turning hair strands off did help a lot. So 40 frames per second in this outdoor scene. So this is like a lot of stuff is happening here. Let's see if we can actually play a bit with the lowest graphic settings. There's ultra performance upscaling from 360. There's a massive stutter there. Playable now, I'd say. Yeah, thank you very much for that tip. Whoa. That's bad time to step away from the computer. Okay, so what would be funny is, of course, running at 30 FPS, but can you run this with, I guess I would call it a false sense of speed, which would be the 10 on frame gen. So of course, this just improves frame rate, but we're still running at like 30 frames per second under the hood. So this is with frame gen turned on. Can you make a video on installing mods for games inside crossover using Thunderstorm Mod Manager? I tried installing ones. I haven't tried any like mod managers. I'm not that interested. Yeah, reduces stability but improves frame rate. I grew up when 3D games first started at 320 by 200 with 48 colors. Yeah, I think Wolfenstein 3D was 320. Am I right? Save some ammo. If it will come native, will it be 60 FPS? I mean, yes, it will be closer, probably 25% faster. It's nuts that this M4 MacBook Air can run it. So, you know, there's an argument to say that if you like, I've got my Switch 2 here. Bloop, Switch 2. So yeah, the Switch 2, if this is running portably at 360p, upscaled up, right? And we can get, I mean, let's say you already own a MacBook Air, it might be worth just having, get some B-roll. Might be worth, it might actually be worth, instead of buying the Switch 2 version, you buy the PC version instead. Watch your video on No Man's Sky and what MacBook. How do you get 60 FPS? Yeah, I'm not sure. I have no idea what if and when a native version is ever going to get released. That Switch should actually get 60 FPS without like frame gen or whatever the setting is here. Is the air performance consistent? It doesn't have a fan. Yeah. It's not consistent really. See, we're getting 40 with frame gen. It doesn't look that good here, but there's a lot of stuff happening at the moment. It's not always like this. It throttles as well, yeah. So I've got my frame interpolator enabled. This is the Windows version that I'm playing. I love that you can just throw a weapon at someone. And that actually works. Like in real life, I'm not sure that would actually work. You're curious about how the M3 Max compares. Well, I played it on the M3 Max just now, basically. Okay, while I'm waiting for this to happen, I'm just gonna get my I've just got my M1 Max machine up. Oh, I'll be right back in a minute. I've got to talk about lunch. Okay, sorry for the interruption. There is a lot of stuff's happening today in my household. So, anyways, what we're going to do is I'm going to get my. I'm going to try and run this on my M1 Max machine as well. So I've got my M1 Max MacBook Pro, and I'm just going to set up crossover on this. So I did not really expect this to work as well as it did on crossover, because we knew that there's no Mac release, right? But for it to work so well even on this M4 MacBook Air is like quite incredible. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to download it, try this on my M1 Max, and then on my M1 Air. So let's test it out. So I'm going to set this up to download, and then hopefully I'll be able to test this out later in the stream. So just downloading the latest version of Crossover 26 on my M1 Max. I haven't used this for a while, to be honest. That hair is looking rough though. Really rough. So yeah, we'll set up Steam. So Capcom games, we're seeing PS5 performance on 2-year-old Mac lol, not too impressive considering PC could blow it away, but still, yeah. I mean, if you've got a PC, you've got a PC, right? It's a much better experience. But if your choice is, you already own a Mac, right? Then the choice is, oh, do I buy a whole Windows gaming PC or do I buy a Switch 2? Those are the kind of choices that are more interesting because you already own a Mac, right? You're not buying the Mac to play the game because that would be a mistake, I think. So frame interpolation is quite straightforward. All you need to do is make sure DLSS is turned on, and we're making use of the DLSS version of frame interpolation or frame gen. Well, I've just noticed that we don't have sound because I never turned it on properly. Because sound is I'll turn it on here so you can actually hear the horrors of this whatsoever's going on in this game. Oh, no. I think I have to do it before the game loads, so you can't hear anything right now. Actually, you know what? Let's get the sound working properly because it's kind of boring to do this without just this is running through a translation layer, not emulation. I mean, it is a point. It is translating, not emulating. But for most people, there's not really much distinction. You're still having to run a thing to run a thing, whether that's emulating or translating or virtualizing is not. I understand what people mean is when people say emulating, when they really mean translating. Like I used to fix people's computers and stuff and set up their TVs and at home. It was a very lucrative business that I created, right? And the moms used to tell me like, "Oh, hook up the Xbox to the TV," and then it's not an Xbox; it's a PlayStation 4 or something, right? And I'd always correct them. I'll say like, "Yeah, I'll hook up the PlayStation 4 to the TV," but they still keep saying Xbox. Or even if it's a Wii U or something or a Switch, they keep calling it an Xbox or something like that. And I know what they mean. Like they mean that the game thing, right? And but yes, there's a you can be pedantic, you can be precise, but I know what they mean, and I'm not gonna like stop them and say what you really mean. That's incorrect. What you really mean is PlayStation 4, right? You don't mean it. You don't mean an Xbox. An Xbox, the original Xbox, right, doesn't have an HDMI cable, so you're incorrect. That would be bad customer service and a bit rude as well. So yeah, I understand emulating, virtualizing. I mean, there is a difference between streaming something, of course, and playing it locally via virtualization, emulation, or translation. But other than that, it's all emulation, sort of. Okay, so I'm just prepping my M1 Max um, to work through this. Let's load up this again. Crazy how Epic Store gave away Hogwarts Legacy. I mean, I never really got into Hogwarts Legacy. I think a lot of people wanted to play that game. I wanted it to be something that didn't quite live up to the expectations. Okay, thank you for bearing with me. This is a very boring stream so far because let me see. I've got some electrical works happening, changing all of the light switches, the lights in my living room, and so that is happening. And right now, I'm also gonna I'm prepping my Resident Evil on the M1 Max. So that I've just started the download for that. So this is very exciting. This one, that's my M1 Max we're going to do today. Then I'm going to try this on my M1 MacBook Air with only 8 gigabytes of memory. See what happens there, because we're actually using way more than we're using more than just 8 gigabytes in total. So let's go to the main story, and then we'll just I'll just start this again. So we've got this ultra performance DLSS mode working. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try. Do you think I should try this on the 8 gigabyte version of the M or the 16 gig? Because I've got both M1 chips. My birthday is in 85.
Get Renwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
I doubt it would run on. I'd like to see it try. Look, it's not going to run on. It's not going to run on the 8 gig version, but it will be interesting to see it. What happens? Because I think a lot of people is going to ask this question, like, what is the lowest Apple Silicon that this will work on? The date. Why do you want to know my birthday? It's in July, let's put it that way. Okay, so on my Mac, I'm just on my MacBook Air. I'm just downloading Crossover here. And then I'm going to start download for... I want to try the M1 Max in a minute. And then also... Okay, so, I mean, can this game run on the M1 Air at the lowest settings, giving some playable frame rates? So it barely runs on the M4, and at the lowest setting, we're actually running under 16 gigabytes, so it's saying 10.65. So I think you don't need more than 16 necessarily, but what happens... Oh, look at that. Look at that reflection. That's rough. What happens when you run this at what happens when you run this at 8 gigabytes? Because you know, we're going at like pretty much absolute lowest settings. Can we test the M4 Max? I don't own an M4 Max machine, I'm afraid, so I can't test it with that. Why is it capped at 60? This is a good question. Why is it capped at 60? It shouldn't be capped at 60 because frame rate variable, let's say up to 120. It could be something. Could be something to do with my HDMI, the way the HDMI cable's connected up. Can I expect news of a native port from Capcom next few weeks? I mean, maybe WWDC. I mean, remember that the last like big Resident Evil game to come out on Mac was Resident Evil 4, and that came out like December. Where the main console Windows release was basically in the March, so it was like 9 months after the main release. So I'm gonna try and get this MacBook Air to run using my trusty gigabit Ethernet, 2.5 gigabit Ethernet. I'll just install Steam. Okay, I'm just kind of setting up my M1 MacBook Air. Well, let's get this 8 gigabyte version up and running. So yeah, I'm woefully unprepared because like if I prepared for this properly, I would have like installed crossover again on everything to test out crossover 26. This is the 8 gigabyte M1 MacBook Air. So it's slightly upgraded because it uses 8 GPU cores rather than 7, but it's pretty much the lowest end Mac you can get. Of the Apple Silicon range, that is. Of course, it needs Rosetta, right? What happens when Apple sunsets it? Well, specifically, Apple have said that they're going to keep it for games, and they can't. And game porting basically can't work without Rosetta. So, yeah, there is no 8 gigabyte M4 MacBook Air because they changed everything so that Apple Intelligence is integrated into the hardware, requires 16 gigabytes as a minimum. If anyone has glitches with lighting bulbs, turn off lens flare. Okay, just getting this to work with crossover 26. Do you think the M5 Max will be able to brute force this game with crossover? Well, you can only brute force this with an M4 Air, so an M5 Max is unnecessary. Okay, let's just get this up and running. So it's a bit of a boring stream at this point. How is this running if Village and Biohazard crash on startup? Well, on Village you have a native port. I've seen people run Village and RE7 and stuff through crossover, as well as Resident Evil 2, so it should be okay. Why is Leon mewing? He looks angry, that's why. I'm just checking my storage. Yeah, I've got plenty of space on this. So the 500 gigabyte MacBook Air is not too bad. Can I test the M4 Air? I am testing the M4 Air. This is the M4 Air being tested as we speak. So if I look at my B camp, this is the M4 MacBook Air that we're running this on. You'd have to turn the settings quite a lot to get this working. Okay, so signing into my Steam on my 8 GB. What's my view on the M5? M5 is pretty good. M5 base chip is I'm quite happy with. I'm really looking forward to testing out the M5 Pro and Max once they get released. And also this rumored low-cost Mac. I'm very curious about whether it's going to be locked down or not. Will you be able to install... Will it support Rosetta? Will this iPhone chip was plugged into a Mac? Will it support Rosetta? Who knows? Okay, so I'm just downloading the local version of Requiem. It should go pretty fast. I've got 2.5 gigabit Ethernet, so we'll wait. I'm not sure whether I should try to test this on the 16 gigabyte M1, but it'd be really interesting to see what support level it's like. Yeah, so Asahi only supports M1, M2. So the M1 Max, I'm glad I kept a hold of my M1 Max because I hope to test this out properly on the M1 Max. Do another Proton test. So does Crossover support HDR? Yes, HDR is supported, but I can't see an option here for ray tracing. So ray reconstruction is like the M4 chip does have ray reconstruction. Yeah, so that's pretty much the lowest it gets. Let's see if we can actually play a bit. So what do you have to do after this section? Can I get a MacBook for uni? I'm going to see a new laptop. I have a Dell i3. Well, anything's going to be better than your 4 gigabyte i3. But you just got to be aware that Macs have similar scaling limitations. If you want to play every game, then you want a Windows laptop, full stop. But if you prioritize the Mac operating system and the graphics are just a cherry on top, then yeah, Mac would be good. I like Mac for work. I think I'm going to have to make a video about this, but I like the Mac for work purposes. I trust the Mac operating system more than Windows in a lot of scenarios. So I think the Macs are safer. I don't have to worry about viruses. If I have an issue with the Mac, I can just take it to Apple Store and get it fixed. There's always someone to ask. Right? Whereas if you bought like a Windows gaming laptop, you're basically completely out of luck. If something goes wrong, right, there's nothing you can really do. You have to like figure it out yourself. Did you see if RT can be turned on by the main menu? Okay, that's a good point. Let's see if we can turn it on by the main menu. Now, obviously, we don't want to run ray tracing on an M4 base M4 MacBook Air, but it'd be interesting to see. Okay, lowest. So yeah, there are different graphic settings on the menu because we can turn off that hair stuff, which made quite a big difference. So all I can is this the correct? Because this is a ray reconstruction setting for DLSS, but it doesn't actually tell you if this is actually using that thing. Like, where's the setting for ray tracing? Ray reconstruction fixes the buggy reflection. Okay, well, like 50% through installing it on my M1 MacBook Air. Have I tried the M1? I'm going to try the M1 in a minute. We're like 50% installed. So don't sleep on Neil. Yo, what's up, Andrew? You've been such a dope help for all these 4 college years of mine, where I crave to play games on my Mac and my older PS2, PS3 nostalgia titles. Generally stuck on YouTuber. Thank you very much. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And in college, when I went to university 20-something years ago, I took my PlayStation 2 with me and mostly used it to play DVDs. So I didn't actually play that many console games. I was addicted to this game on my laptop called Dark Age of Camelot, which is like this PvP MMO. So I have nostalgia for those days. I never finished Final Fantasy X.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
Do I have a base M1 Pro to test? No, but I've got my M1 Max and I've got my M1 MacBook Air, which I'm going to do next. Then just downloading the game now. It's like 50% of the way through installing, so. I'm excited for the M5 Ultra. I'm not going to buy it. Of course, just the benchmarks could be exciting. What are your ray tracing settings on? Nothing at the moment. There's no ray tracing happening right now. Well, in this game, where am I supposed to go? Bloodborne on Shed PS4 runs in slow motion. Can you help with it? You might need a different, like an older build of Shed PS4 if you're having trouble with it right now. Do you think RE9 would release on PS4? I don't think so. Well, I'm bad aim with this mouse I'm not used to. Will I be doing a Hitman test on M1 MacBook Air? Not today. I've already done my Hitman testing. Until they fix some of the issues with the port, which I'm sure they will changing the texture resolution, etc. And then I'm sure that we'll look at that. Because you can't change the texture resolution from below. I'm having trouble hitting this downstairs. What's your Wi-Fi speed? Are you using Wi-Fi 7? But my actual internet connection is like 1.7 gig, 1.6 gigabit. Yeah, so we're running crossover at the moment. What I'll do is I'll make a full tutorial on how to get this working. Wish Thunderbolt dongles were actually affordable. Thunderbolts are overrated, I think. For this right now, I'm just using a standard standard dongle, just USB 3 dongle to do this HDMI output. Are there any free alternatives? Yes, there's plenty of free alternatives to crossover, but they're not very well supported, so don't expect much help. What do you think about Game Hub? Will it outrun crossover? Like I said in my last video, it's probably the same because they reuse the same underlying technologies, so I don't really anticipate Game Hub, once it releases, to be any different. But we'll see. So I'm downloading Requiem onto my Mac at the moment, and we're getting like decent speed, about 850 megabit. While I'm waiting, might as well get my other Mac working. So I've got like a 16GB M1. Not optimistic about this one. Yeah, I bought like a 16GB M1 MacBook Air on eBay a while ago. Do you think Rockstar will release native macOS versions for GTA 5? I think it's extremely unlikely. But given that they haven't released GTA 5, which is an absolute cash cow for them on Mac, then why would they release GTA 6? It's an absolute cope to think that it would actually make a difference. Green herb. Will you get a Mac CD M5 Ultra for testing? Yes, if it comes out, I will definitely get one, and I'll probably return it afterwards.
Oh fuck. Let's make this quick.
Rockstar and Prime Company have never had an interest. They have an interest in running like certain Mac games, like, you know, they've released the trilogies, like the definitive edition of GTA 3 and San Andreas and stuff, and Vice City. So that comes out on Apple devices, specifically iPhone, iPad. But the Mac, no, basically zero interest. They did go out of their way to destroy the VEVC, the kind of source port for Grand Theft Auto games, which did run on the Mac. So they did care that enough to stop that from being released. Did I test Death Stranding 2 on crossover? As far as I'm aware, there is no Windows port of Death Stranding 2 yet. Install BlueStacks and Game Hub. Yeah, that would be quite funny. Run Android to run Wine through Android. That's great. Keep seeing old Intel COD game on Russian trackers. I mean, if sometimes pirated games do work better. If they're on a Russian tracker, then work has been done to remove DRM, which is often one of the main reasons why a lot of games don't work very well on Mac. But generally speaking, you know, a handful of games that work. I've got a sharpener axe. Literally just sharpening it. It's quite funny. Oh, let's see how long. Okay, so we're going to turn off this M4 Air. So I'm satisfied that this is working. Albeit we did have to turn down all of the settings very, very low. Okay, so what we're going to do now is just swap this game out. So you're getting errors about graphics card drivers. I saw that on the Mac Gaming subreddit. Do you have Crossover 26? Have you started a fresh bottle? Okay, so here we are. Let's go make sure the sound goes to the correct place. Okay, good. So this just downloaded. Let's play. What microphone do I use? Is Elgato Wave. So I actually have AI voice filter which disables like the background noises. So when I'm on the treadmill, it doesn't sound too bad. The Wave is pretty good. I like the software with it. It's not like the most professional setup, but it's got a nice arm that this comes with. It's got a pop shield. So this is that message, eh? Unsupported graphics card. Well, this is a fresh bottle, so the M1, M2 generation don't have certain graphics features. Twisted circuit music. What Mac are you using? Let me just check this gaming subreddit, see what they're saying. Apple M3 Max. Well, my M3 Max is working fine, so it's not a generational issue with the... Let me just try this. Oh, so yeah, I went to Warwick University, did my master's there. Okay. It's a nice uni, but it's a bit boring, the campus. Unsupported graphics card. Requiem is like, doesn't it mean like ending? Oh, Requiem, a token of remembrance. Okay. Same error, but I wasn't getting this error on the M4. Let me just do the thing where we do this, and then we do this, install files. So just verify integrity. So that's going to verify, I just need to check on my electrician. So did that verify correctly? I think so. Let's just try this again. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 did work on the air. To fix graphical issues, just turn off subsurface scattering. So that's a big tip from Mac Pro Tips. Seems to be giving this error message, unsupported graphics card. Why? Why is that? Because it was working fine before. The M3 chip, but someone else is having the same issues on the M3 Max. Checking the various subreddits here. Newest RE engine uses mesh shaders, yeah. It's not M3 specific per se. How well was RE4 running? RE4 was running fine on the M4, but the RE9 is different, is a different kettle of fish. I'm gonna try on my M1 Max just to see if it's a. I don't have an M2 to play with. So. Okay, let's load up crossover again. Remember, you couldn't run Dead Rising on all the M series chips. I mean, that's probably likely the explanation that we have here. Yeah, if you look earlier in the stream, I had Resident Evil 3, so Resident Evil 9 working just fine on the M3 Max, which is my chip. We're going to test this on my M1 Max in a minute. So hopefully that's going to answer any questions. Okay. How big an improvement would you say crossover 25 is to 26, 26, 25? It's a pretty big difference in game compatibility. Twisted Circuit music. What settings are you using? To run the bottle? Is it D3D metal? Is it DLSS and M-Sync? Let's just turn that off for a second, see if that helps. The reason it's using Game Porting Toolkit 3 is because Game Porting Toolkit 4 doesn't exist. Yeah, mesh shaders. I'll know for sure on my M1 Max chip, so I'll test that in a minute. Let's check out the Smack Gaming subreddit, see what it says. There's a whole bunch of threads on this. Andrew, would you say that Fight Night, which does not run well at all in slow motion to emulation, would find through crossover on Whiskey? The sports games always have some issues. I'm not really sure. Descriptor heap. Okay. Let's see what the threads say. What Mac are they using? Because it's can no longer authenticate new devices. Oh yeah, it uses Denuvo, right? The memory usage. Try what I would try to do is just completely nuke your Steam bottle and then start from scratch. Did a little digging, so it's not mesh shaders, but it might be another hardware related issue. It's something to do with if it doesn't work on my M1 Max chip, then it's something. I can't see any other information about a confirm working on M1 generation because this guy's running on what M4 Max. Doesn't show which Mac this is running on. This is running on M4 Max. They're pretty high end machines. Try disable mirroring. Okay. Mirroring used to fix mirroring used to crash whiskey using the wine 7.7 whiskey wine. Getting the same deal here. Whoops. Yeah, aborted. My M1 Max is nearly fully downloaded. Let me just check RE9 Nuvo. Yeah, nothing else is worth trying. The only thing I can say is that I can test this on the same generation chip because the M1 Max has the same GPU features as the M1 base. So it'd be interesting. Does anyone have an M2 Mac? Because that M1 and M2 have the similar kind of issues and problems. Ray tracing missing lighting is glitched. Okay, we're like 90% done. Okay, so I'm just gonna get this already now. Yeah, so once this is done, we'll test out the M1 Max because it has quadruple the number, 4 times the number of GPU cores. Of course, performance doesn't matter if it doesn't launch at all. I ran into the same problem while launching the game, but after I turned off high DPI mode on the Mac, it works. Okay, let's bring it back. Okay, let's try turning off high DPI mode. Okay. How do you turn off high DPI? High DPI is a display setting for like pixel doubling, basically. Default will be. Let's go to the correct. External monitor. Let's see. Current resolution is in high DPI. Let's go to non-high DPI. What's a non-high DPI? Why can't I do 1080p? Well, let's just try. We'll do this. 1050p. Okay, so 16 by 10 resolution. Let's just see if this works. Because we had a high DPI resolution working on M3 Max earlier. Let's try launching Steam again. So this is a non-high DPI 60 Hertz resolution. I want to try turning off the internal Mac screen. So just turning off the Mac screen. Okay, let's try it. I want to see exactly what resolution we're looking at before we do anything else. Switch Resurrect's playing up on me. I'll just try running this game without on external monitor, but without any without switching the resolution. So I don't think it's a high DPI issue, but it could be an external monitor issue. Will you end up keeping M5 Max MacBook Pro or looking forward to OLED upgraded version? I don't know. It's a lot of speculation based on like nothing. I don't even know if that OLED screen is going to be released. Okay, so I've just tried launching it on my M1 Max, and we basically have the same error message. So it doesn't matter how powerful your M1 Max chip is, it's not working. So I'll plug in my M3 Max again just to see. Okay, so we're back in 2560. I think this is the ideal way to play. Okay, thanks you Atulia Chowdhury for joining the stream. Hope you hope you enjoy studying and don't get too bogged down playing games. I'm just going to load up my controller. Just going to pair mine up again. I haven't played a game since 7 months. I hope to break that streak after our exams are off. Good luck. Studying is very important. Okay, so Requiem, let's cover another go. If the M3 Max works, that means the M1, M2 have hardware capability issues. As far as I'm aware, I don't have an M2 Mac anymore. I used to have a gigabyte one, but I sold it. But the M1 generation is a good indicator of like whether something will work or not. So have no issues running this on my M3 Max. M3 and M4 generation are fine. M5 is probably fine too. What's my favorite RE game? To be honest, I haven't already played that many Resident Evil games. I think the one that I liked playing so far is like Resident Evil 3 was good, the remake. And then what else was good? I like Resident Evil 7, but I haven't finished it. But one of those things I haven't really played that much. I haven't really played that much in terms of Resident Evil games. Okay, let's play a bit more and then we'll get cracking. Okay, so I'm gonna get past this little bit. Yeah, so let's just check what our settings are here because I kind of forgot what we had it on. So 1440p, okay, but we're scaling up from high standard, mesh quality is standard. And then the most important thing, subsurface scattering is turned off. And then we're using quality mode and we're using frame gen. So I think frame gen's good, got a good candidate for frame gen here.
Hey, what the hell, lady?
Help me!
You okay? What are you doing?
Oh, I was going to watch this cutscene. Okay, I'm skipping this one. The minimum supported card is 1660, which I mentioned is when it introduced mesh shaders. The minimum for RE was 1050, didn't support mesh shaders, makes sense. Now I'm on support. Makes a lot of sense. Ouch. Actually, let's load the game. I was slightly further in the game.
Get Brentwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
This melodies, dudes. Well, that makes this one so much better compared to... What makes this one better is that this has like 48 GPU cores, whereas the MacBook Air only has 8. So it's like completely different levels of graphical performance just by raw core count. So even though it's a previous generation of GPU and everything, it just has way more GPU than the other games do. Faster memory bandwidth, yeah. The more memory you have, as well, the faster the memory works. I'm not doing very well on this. This guy needs to die. SSR as an option feels good, but plays really good. It's going to reflections are wrong, but subsurface scattering is off to fix various graphical issues. Am I on a treadmill? Yes, I'm on a walking pad. Why would you have such a nice gun? Right? I only carry 5 bullets into the field. Good. We've got some more herbs. So we can assume this will never work on M1 through crossover due to hardware limitations. There's no way to go around this. This is my assumption. Without mesh shaders, like, a lot of things just fail. So yeah, sorry to say. Would have been really fun seeing this, trying to get this to run on the M1 with 8 GB of memory. I guess technically I could try to get this running on the M3 Mac with 8 GB of RAM. That'd be an interesting test.
Leon, have you located Victor?
No, I lost him. Back to square one.
Not necessarily. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. I'll send you the address. Leon? We're running out of time.
If you notice the bricks in the buildings use mesh shaders, it looks like each brick is 3D. So it's like geometry? Yeah. So I wonder how these two stories are going to be connected. So Leon's like a well-established character, but who's this girl? So I got drugged by this guy with a face helmet mask thingy on. Will you taste games? Well, taste them on upcoming M5 Pro and Pro Max, including RA? Yes, definitely will test Resident Evil 9. Hard to explain, but this has to do with LOD, like nanite, but gives object fine detail, so no matter how far or close you are. I'm not really that... I don't really understand that much about what nanite is exactly. As far as I'm aware, it's something to do with ray tracing, right? Ray tracing is like a low-level part of all the lighting in... It's quite performance heavy on... But it helps with like building games, makes it easier because you just place light sources, you don't have to bake lighting in anywhere. Why is she upside down? That hair looks fabulous, by the way. It's how reflections interact with the environment. Makes sense. In basic terms, yeah. How long is this game? I mean, do you think I could actually finish it in a small amount of time? Because somebody earlier in the stream said they finished the whole game, and they only just came out today. In basic terms, 10 hours. So I'm like 1 hour in, maybe. Even though I've been testing this game out for 3 hours now. You know what I want to do is I want to look... This like is running with frame interpolation on at like 150. So I wonder what it would work with the M4 error again. So let's test out the M4 error again, because basically I think that's more interesting. Because I only tested the exterior with like loads of NPCs around. So yeah. Kind of proves that maybe you just don't need native ports anymore. I mean, is a native port necessary if we can run this through crossover? I mean, like, why bother waiting for Capcom to release another... Oh, let me just... Just trying to get this the Steam. Just trying to get the Steam cloud because I want to get straight back into that game. Okay. Let's resync this. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. On Linux, you hardly see native ports anymore. Yeah, if the translation layer is good enough, then why not? I think what I'll do is just start a new game or something. If I can't get this cloud sync to synchronize properly, then I might just start a new game. I just want to show what the interior frame rate is like with the frame gen on, because on the M3 Max we were going from like 60, 70 to like 150 as soon as you get indoors, and that's the majority of the Grace gameplay is going to be inside that hotel. It looks like. Look at how bad the port of Hitman versus Crossover is. Yeah, missing loads of texture features, missing ray tracing. Probably better running the Windows version 3 Crossover in a lot of ways. Okay, let's go back into this. How long do you think it'll take for a native Mac iOS port? So last time it was 9 months, right? Between Resident Evil 4 console release and the Mac release, but that's not like a thing that's written in stone. So just to remind ourselves, this is 1080p, all the lowest graphics settings, everything turned down with ultra performance mode and frame gen turned on. So indoors we're getting like, yeah. Can get my controller to work without repairing it. I'm just going to play keyboard and mouse for a bit. Just turn on my mouse settings slightly. Is this level high? That's better.
Where the hell am I?
Why is it capped to 60? Okay, let's see. Should be display. I wonder why Capcom plays doesn't put Ori but never Monster Hunter. Yeah, that's a shame. But it's a game that worked that Monster Hunter now works on the Mac through crossover 26 Monster Hunter Wilds. One question: did GTA 4 see any performance? No, it's 32-bit game. Plus run through parallels. So this is 60, but it should be like should be going up to something else variable. Sometimes it does. For some reason, it's capping itself to 60 in this, even though it shouldn't be. So this is the M4 MacBook Air. It's this again, fuses. My electrician would find it funny that this game has so many fuses. Did they already try on the M1? Yeah, it doesn't launch on M1. If you have Windows PC, turn on ray tracing in the game and switch it back on your M3 and M4 Max. I'm okay actually. If I can't get it to work normally, then I'm okay with it. I've never seen such an ornate key before. In real life anyway. It's always in Resident Evil games. This horse statue is freaky as hell. I tried that and my metal effects changed to metal effects denoising. You know what? Okay, let's try it. Oh, I haven't you know what? I haven't actually installed Resident Evil Requiem. Let me try it on my computer. I'm right in the middle of editing a game on a Geekom, which is a very good thin and light MacBook Air competitor, which runs Windows. A beautiful OLED screen. Way cheaper as well. So let's install. Maybe there's like a specific setting to turn on ray tracing that we can access in the ini files. Oh yeah, and yeah, let's look at ini files. So so ini. Let me think. Normally we're looking at the Capcom. No, my games. Sometimes it's there. Where are the graphics settings location? Doesn't have it. It could be in the Steam. So that's not helpful. It's not good. It's not good to put the config files in here. I'd be surprised. Okay, they are. Okay, so just do a search. Right. Okay, so there's one. Assuming if I type the word on, that's going to work. Right. Let's do it again. I'm the writer of that post on Reddit with the M4 Max. Oh, thanks for joining us, Wayne. So there's a config.ini file hidden within the Steam folder itself. Does that enable ray tracing? Should tell. Does it tell us here? Because it tells us the ray tracing information on the metal HUD, doesn't it? Okay, that frame interpolator is on. we have ray tracing settings on now? What if we turn ray tracing on? Does the metal HUD change? There's only ray tracing information. I can't see ray. Oh. Ray tracing reconstruction. Just check if that, instead of doing it through the Wine Explorer window, what if we did it through text edit instead? So go through the bottle settings, go to library, application support, bottle. So if we go to crossover here, and we go straight into bottle. So I put it straight into the bottle. No, I didn't install that. I put it inside my, no, I did install it in the bottle here. Yeah, so drive C under Steam here. App, Steam apps, common, config.ini. I mean, that's the way to do it, right? It's only RT. No, it's just Ray. Sometimes it's RT. Yeah, it's off here. Let's do it on. And then that's definitely saved. Let's try that again. But then did that change it back? Let me just see. Yeah, that's still on, even if the game loaded. Yeah, I can. That's not working. Even though the M4 chip does have. Ray tracing setting is off now, so it's turned it off. How does this work? I mean, don't have DRM. It does have DRM. It uses Denuvo. So in theory, I should only be able to install this on 5 computers every 24 hours. I think I've only tested this on 4 Macs so far. I did press save, yeah. I'm sure I pressed save. So then when I loaded up the loaded this up, because it tells you that it's saved, right? Because it says edited here. Let's just open up again. It's definitely saved. Yeah, Resident Evil 4. Oh yeah, make a read only. Good point. It's a good idea. It's a very good idea. Okay, that's definitely on. Lock the file. How do you lock a file? Locked. Is that how you lock it? Let's see. Advanced. Reconstruction. Let's see if it looks. It's not like the hugest deal whether we can get this ray tracing on, because I've, like I've always said. Yeah, I clicked on advanced settings already. It could be that it's changing the setting and it's just, well, not saving it, but it's still active. Like there's something telling it to turn off the ray tracing setting. Medium, linear, DLSS. What's collating? Okay, good. Yeah, that's just off. Oh, we finally got a typewriter. Is that the first typewriter of the game? Yeah, DLSS, oh yeah, should be on because we're experiencing bad frame rates. You think the game is coming to Mac in the near future based on what information? It's not really guaranteed that it's going to come on. They really need to get more fuses. Like, if I was in the Resident Evil universe, I'd just be carrying loads of fuses and loads of bullets. So adding the denoiser mode turns on denoiser. Okay. Need to get a fuse. Yeah, I want to do it when I cut the video later today. So I'm going to edit all this footage that I've made, and then I'll list the exact specs. Valves and bolt cutters. I have loads of valves. I've had two. I would carry. I mean, how heavy could 500 bullets be? Right. I've just carried loads of bullets. And then, you know, you spend half the game like gathering plants, right? I would just have all the pills. I just have 500 health pills. I don't think that would just be easier. If you knew you're going to get in a situation like Leon, right? He's gone through multiple games now. He should know, right? So whenever stuff goes down, then you need to be fully equipped with everything. Okay. So I need something from here, like a thing. Okay, so I'm downloading this game onto my oh, I've got a thing, don't I? A lighter for light. How do I get the lighter out? How's it? In real life, right? If you had a lighter like this the whole time, then you would burn your hand off pretty fast. I think. Okay, good thing I don't have sound turned on for me. I hope that didn't scare anyone. I think it's hilarious that they take random herbs. Yeah, it's just random herbs, and then you have to combine them together to make another. Inventory is really bad. Like, just get a backpack. Let's get like a really good backpack, like a 80-liter. Oh shit! What's that? Okay, breakfast. Glad I don't have something. Run. Oh, that's freaky. Did I go in the wrong room? Wait. Where I'm stuck. For some reason, we're stuck at 60 here. But then sometimes when we go through this corridor, it goes up. So is it fair to say that this game is a bit like Resident Evil 7 mixed with Resident Evil 4? So it's first person gaming and then more action oriented. Okay, we've got 5 minutes left of my Geekom laptop, which supports ray tracing by XeSS. I could play games like Doom Eternal with ray tracing on, which I tested out earlier. Seems to work fine. So these are the rooms, because originally I was in room 203. So am I still in the hotel? 204 or something. And then this is the other rooms, the same hotel. Same director as RE7. Yeah. So yeah, we're going to test out this theory about ray tracing turning on. And what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to unlock that config file. Oh, it's quite handy. It tells us what the render frame rate is for the metal HUD. So it says we're going like 30 FPS. And then it's being this is being interpolated up to something higher. Can't use a bottle in there. In real life, if you're holding a lighter like that, your fingers would have melted by now. Move some items to the closet. The screwdriver's now in the toolbox and the nurse's station. Yeah, I definitely have screwdriver attached to my body at all times, even like a mini one. So I have to go to the nurse's station, which is looks like it's here somewhere. Staff only. So these parts are like very playable on that MacBook Air. The outside parts less so. Less good. Is this where I was earlier where the monster came out? How do I... This is the nurse's station, so I'm gonna get a screwdriver from the drawer. Coin. Cut puzzle. A herb. How is that thing surviving indoors with no light? All I need is a screwdriver. This is not native, it's running through crossover. Okay, so whoa, what's happening here? Ouch. Okay, so I've got it on my Geekom. Well, I'm just gonna run this on my Geekom. Okay, so avert your eyes, Mac users. I'm plugged in a Windows laptop. So this is a Mac I've been testing for a sponsorship for a future video. I've actually done all the footage already, but I'm just gonna turn on ray tracing. Right. Just see what runs. So this is the Windows version. This is a Windows laptop running the game natively. Would you play the game in third person? It would be nice to see her hair texture quality. Earlier in the stream, I did a bit of testing. It's actually quite useful to get some footage of this game running properly on a Windows laptop, similar to the M4 Air anyway. Let's get Afterburner up. So yeah, I'm just gonna try turning on. I'm just gonna try running this a little bit, and then we'll. I didn't see this when I was running the Windows version. I didn't see this when I was running the Windows version through crossover the shaded compilation. eFootball has Denuvo. That's DRM. FC doesn't work because it has anti-cheat. They're different types of DRM, I guess. So I didn't notice the this compiling shader process running through crossover on Mac. I run it through to 4 different Macs, not 3 different. Well, only 2 Macs actually managed to work. They're really pumping out these Resident Evil games, aren't they? As far as I can see, it's very good so far. It's a very good game so far. No wonder people's been saying it's a bit stuttery on Mac. Let's play for a little bit on this Geekom X14 Pro. Just want to get some footage, and then I'll turn on ray tracing. So I'll try to get similar. So we've got variable. So we've got this ray tracing option, not available on Mac. Upscaling quality. It seems to have remembered my settings. Oh, castle. Yeah, so we've got low settings on it. Let's just try on low. So we don't have, we've only got FSR here. We don't have XESS. I'll just turn this on, and then we'll just turn these lower so I can get similar quality to what I had before. And then, isn't there frame gen on this? Frame generation on. Okay. Okay, let's just try this quickly. Just loading this in, just to compare. It didn't go through that compilation menu, the loading bar. Oof, this is rough on this laptop. Why is it so bad? Is it because of frame? Is it because of frame gen? Just turn it off. So weirdly enough, this is probably playing better on a Mac than it is on this. The M4 chip's GPU is more powerful, actually. Okay, that's better. There's a lot of juddering there, so it's not fast enough to really work that well. So that's an interesting data point. Okay, so what we'll do here. So just see what this is like. So what we'll do is we'll switch again between this Windows computer, or we'll synchronize the settings, and then what we're going to do is turn on ray tracing, which is going to absolutely destroy performance on this. Actually, can I try FSR 1? Still bad. Okay. FSR 3 is better. Okay. So what we're going to do here is just turn on advanced settings. And then we have, where is it? There was a ray tracing setting inside display, wasn't there? In the main menu, I think. Oops. Yeah, main menu. It's a main menu setting. So let's try that. Thank you, Wayne. Right. So ray tracing, let's turn that on. Normal. This is just using an Intel Arc chip, so pretty basic graphics. So this is what Intel i9. Okay, ray tracing's on. Okay, good. Let's quit out normally, and then we'll quit, and I'll see if this, when this synchronizes, is this going to do anything once it stops running. Okay, let's see how this goes. So after having synchronized that information, is there any... So there's no ray tracing there, but that ray tracing option might exist in advanced settings. No, there's no reconstruction setting here. Okay, good. Okay, guys, I think that is enough for today. We've done 4 hours of testing of Resident Evil Requiem. I'm going to be cutting this into a video because I think a lot of people might benefit from some of the stuff we've learned today. And I'm really grateful for everyone for helping out, chipping in on trying to get this working. Ray tracing just doesn't seem to be an option, even though we have ray tracing hardware on M3 chips and above. Anyway, thank you for joining me in this video today. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye.